Alright, what's up my dudes? We are going to get into the launch tower today. Had some ideas of what we wanted to, how we wanted to attack it. And so we're gonna do that today. I want to build it off to the easternmost side of the launch pad. And I'm realizing that you can actually do that if we put a structure on a launch clamp and bring it over, you can actually leave it on the map and still launch things. I don't know when that changed, or if there's just some special parameters to it that, no, that's weird, because I swear, at one time, we had a, drilling facility that we wanted to build, like, just over by the, by mission control, and it wouldn't let us launch any vehicles on the pad because it said there was something was too, that structure was too close to it. But yeah, so something changed. Anyway, from what I understand now, what was that? Okay, launch. So yeah, if we take this piece here and we measure up the launch clamps. Now we want to just go ahead and basically delete these launch clamps from our thing and then adjust the main, and I believe it's going to be somewhere around here. Should be good. Maybe just a little bit higher. Okay. And now, if we copy pasta these back onto the ends, chiral for this side. Like that, and then drag it back out, we can get a nice base for our launch equipment. And I believe it's, let's see here, where's that line? Ah, there it is. Yeah, these need to be past that line at least. This far one needs to be just a bit further. But the way that we're going to build our tunnel itself, or the orbiter access arm, is I want to have it so that it telescopes out as well as pivots. So the distance of our equipment away from whatever orbiter we're looking to access shouldn't be too big of a problem. Yeah, as you can see, this is clearly too close. But we can... Now... there may be some disadvantages with this setup. The one being, unless we use some sort of docking apparatus to connect to whatever orbiter we're working with, then I don't know, transferring a Kerbals might not be as fast. I'm not sure. Anyway, we pull this thing back until we find a nice little spot that it won't, that the launch clamps will be far enough away from the tower, or the pad itself rather, and then we can get to building the rest of it, which is So yeah, that will work. And so long as we have a telescoping arm on our tower, then that will do nicely. And we can build off to one side if we wanted to. I don't know that there's really much point in doing that per se. I mean, now if we bring this axis right here to the very center of the pad, actually it'd be best to have it just a little bit right of the pad. So we got lots of room to work out here. This is really nice. Okay, let's take a look at this. Let's get this back into the assembly now. We know we've got the space. It's really all about just the tower at this point. We can just build it up as high as we need it to go. It would be nice to get a static like left and right sort of set up on this. We know, I don't know, it looked as though it would be nice to have it just a little bit further. Oh hell, we could even, yeah, this side here just past the center. Actually quite a bit past the center. Let's put this more like, yeah, like about like that. Okay, so now corridor endings, we'll probably want to build some sort of building right on that far back corner. Some corridor endings. Okay, and then on this side here, we're going to put like our access for our astronauts. Bigger one if we can. Here we go, the habitation module piece. And it can go right here, like such. A couple of those. Get a 4-man crew, at least a 4-man crew in there. And let's just cap this piece off right here. Actually, we'll put a doorway on it. Why not? Like that. We won't ever use this doorway because it's an airlock, but it'll look nice. There, tie the whole thing together. Okay, and also, you know, I would rather it have a little more prestige than just an airlock. This is going to be the door for Gunther. So I'm thinking one of the command module things with the door like this. I'm going to put it right. Get that far. Like that. Okay, let's get rid of these flags. Toggle the flags off on all this crap. Get them all? Okay, I think so. All right, so boy, this has got a way bigger footprint than our original launch tower. I was also thinking there may be, with this new setup, we might be able to actually attempt a strong back, like a legit one, and there might be a way that we can pull it off without it being too many parts. Now, as for the arm itself, I was thinking wing pieces are going to be the way to go. I believe type A is the largest. I could be wrong. That snap is weird. Thinking we might want to just go two of these in length. Bring this edge to the edge of the bring those edges to the edge of the support, and yeah, these as well. Bring that back like that. And Okay, just for building purposes later on, we'll take that piece, but we want to cut this now. So we're going to cut this piece off here and clip these ones in a bit. Oh, crap. Okay. Also, if we bring these guys down, that flicker will go away, just the tiniest bit. 1 pixel value was good enough. There, now that won't flicker. And now, if we put some strutting onto this thing, get some struttage going down. Uh-oh. Oh, okay, it was just too far. Damn, the camera in here is often very hard to work with. Okay, snap that like that, and we want to find the center if we can. It's a little bit off to the right, it looks like. God damn it. Okay. All right. Wonder if we're able to utilize the snap on this. Might help. Okay, looks like it is actually snapping to the center. I usually don't rely on that when it comes to strutting, but I'll take it if I can get it. You bet. Choo-doo-doo-doo-doo. a problem. Maybe it was just too far? I keep expecting that glitch to come along. Oh, snap. Starch face in the 19 months. How's it going? Evening. How you doing, my dude? What happened to the screaming? I worried that it could get DMCA'd. So for the time being, we're just using a very simple audio notification. All right. That's a nice beam right there. Yeah, is my microphone not coming through? Check. No, we're good. Okay. Okay, and this way we're gonna go backwards now. Yeah, not being very precise with this strutting here. I kind of just want to see this thing in action. If it performs well, we'll come back and clean it up. Okay, so we got this whole side, front side, and this side. Yeah, I've been having a good old time on a bunch of different games, holiday content. Good times, good times. I'm pretty shocked. The one game I expected to have super cool holiday content did not. Expected Call of Duty to have something very Christmassy and cool. It had none of it. I was completely disappointed with what they had to offer for their content drop. And the one game I never would have expected to have really good content, Fallout 76. Good stuff. Oh my god. I'm having a blast. This strutting looks terrible. Yeah, we're definitely gonna have to clean this up for sure. I think it's what really looks crappy is we started to go backwards on this side at one point. Yeah, right here we crossed back over, and that really looks hack meat. We shouldn't have done that. We should have just kept going with the same angle triangles we were working with at the beginning. It would have looked better. And we'll have to clean all that up. Do we want that? No, it's back the opposite way. Okay, so this, like this triangles. Santa in Fallout, dude. They've got a lot of fun stuff in that right now. I am utterly blown away. I keep playing that game, and I keep unlocking stuff, like lots and lots of really cool stuff, and it just keeps coming. It's just like, dude, there is no end. There is no end. I was especially blown away where drop a nuke in that game and you go, that's one of 2 big raids in that game. You drop a nuke on in the bottom right hand corner of the map, and then everybody comes and fights a big scorch beast that gets spawned over there. And in doing that raid, I started to hear sleigh bells, and I turn around and I'm getting attacked by a freaking Santa Claus dressed scorch dude. It was crazy. And then after I down him, it's like he had a whole bunch of legendary presents and stuff. Oh, it's sick. So good. It's just like I'm absolutely blown away with how much effort and how much good loot and just awesome stuff's going on in Fallout. Super fun. Alright, there we've got our strutting on for the first little initial test here. And now we need to push this thing into place. Which is really anywhere. Well, damn it. You know what? Hold up. Yeah, I can't do that now. So we had it on snap right here when we moved that, and what happens is it kind of pulls it into the ground when that happens. Or when we accidentally forget to turn snap off. That's okay. We'll fix it, because if we control Z right now, it will undo all that strutting that we just did. All of it. So we'll just, yeah, figure out the ground level again. That'll be much easier than doing all the strutting. Okay, and then save. Alright. And make sure there's nobody in it. Get out of there. Alright, let's see it. Curly Curlable, thank you for that, host. Whoa. Okay. Exactly is the story. We're off the ground. That's what's... Okay, this is... We didn't push it far enough. And it's off the ground. Yeah, it is. Okay. Let's bring it back in. Like I said, I didn't want to... I knew this was going to be a thing. One of the hardest things of doing this kind of operation is finding the ground and just staying there. So, let's see. First off, we were too close, but that's not really the issue here. I mean, it is an issue, but more importantly, we want to find the ground. Okay, right about there. Now, so long as we don't screw it up and try and move things with the snap, and it snaps it to the... I don't know, whatever vector. Not sure how snap exactly works, per se. If it just rounds a number up or something like that. Probably just rounds it off. Hey Skeeter, how's it going? Alright, there we go. We're still a little bit too close here as this thing is hitting this edge. It would, in fact, does look like it's trying to kraken. In any event, it's pretty solid. That ought to work nicely. Are we on the ground? Did we get that right? Okay, yeah, that does look good. Okay, cool. Now, I'll push it just a little further back. I don't know that there's really much more we truly need to see before we get into the real nitty-gritty. But yeah, okay, so just a little bit further back. Now get a load of this. We'll push this thing far back. We'll save her. Okay. Now put this on the pad. Oh, now, except we've got that little structural piece up there that's kind of standing in for where the access arm is going to be. But what I was going to do here was judge the height by taking a shuttle and actually putting it just on the pad, boom, with its launch tower and everything. But that isn't going to exactly work right here because the diving board thing basically up there is going to be sticking over, and that won't work. It needs to at least be moved out of the way temporarily before we can put something on the pad. But it does look tall enough. I feel that we've got the height in a good place there. And yeah, it's nice and solid. 4 launch clamps, whereas our other one is many launch clamps. I think we had some with them up to like 8 for just the tower alone. So this should cut out a lot of processing power. So we'll get a lot better frame rate on our launches. Should be nice. Let's go ahead and do that. We'll revert this. We're going to take that diving board piece and just move it away, and then we're going to put a shuttle on the pad and judge how high our current tower is versus now. Here's the other thing. We use our launch. We've got 2 launch towers, which are basically the same launch tower. One was just modified in order to fit our shuttle program. But initially, the first tower that we ever made was for the Dragon program. Hopefully that's good enough. Go ahead and say it that. Now we put this on the pad. Okay, so we've got a tower here. Now we just leave that and go back to the Space Center. And we can actually launch a vehicle right alongside this sucker. In essence, we could, if we were convinced that well, the pieces the robotic parts, we know they're not fixed. They are still fundamentally glitched. So we wouldn't want to leave this thing in the world, in the map, indefinitely. But like, we could if it didn't contain any of those parts, essentially. Yeah, the drive is going to be a different thing too. We won't need to climb. So vehicles like the limousine, that there was literally no way of getting up that ramp to get to our shuttle, that won't need to be a thing. We can actually, because it's flat ground all the way to this thing. So anyway, we've got that. Let's take a look at a shuttle with our old system. Oh, dude. Is our new one gonna be high enough? Yeah. Well, for this. Yeah. Let's pull open the Dragon Senior. So that's way bigger. It's way, way, way bigger. Should be D for Dragon Senior, right? Senior F1B. Okay, here's the tallest crewed vehicle that we have as far as the launch getup is concerned. And that's, yeah, now this is actually should be quite a bit taller than what we currently have out there. This thing's a behemoth. This thing is a freaking behemoth. But yeah, how cool is this? We can actually launch this. Used to be that couldn't have any vehicles anywhere even near the pad. Yeah, other vehicles, I've always wanted to drive the other vehicles, but it's just been too much of a pain in the ass. Either the vehicles are extremely over part count and that kind of thing. And then, of course, climbing the hill. There's really only one vehicle that we own that is even capable of climbing that hill. And we use the hell out of it. Gunter's van is a workhorse, but it needs a break. We need more vehicles. Yeah, more limo content. Hell yeah, that's what I'm talking about. Limos are cool. Hell yeah. So yeah, you can see our current tower. Versus the proposed tower. It's gonna have to be quite a bit higher in order to accommodate this. But it's gonna be way safer too, because the tower is way out of the way. It's not gonna be, we're not gonna be having shuttles bumping this sucker. No way, no how. Yeah, with our current setup, this was as far as we could go. Because, yeah, any further and it would louse everything up. And you can see here our current tower, we've got, see, 2 clamps there. And 2 more. And then 2, and then let's guess another 2 over here. So yeah, we've got a whole bunch of, and these things take up a lot of processing. I don't know if it's the crosshatch of stuff, you know, if that drains on the processing, but they take up a lot. So removing all of this, and not to mention the fact that these are squares all the way down. I mean, they're the 4 square pieces, but they're not, or 4 panel piece. Still, there's a lot of parts in this whole rig. Quite a lot indeed. It's gonna be a far more concise build. Need to be at least 1 more of these, maybe 2, or 1.5, pretty much. But yeah, we go 2 more in height, we'll be pretty much up here. Now that works out fine for, we're gonna have to how to do this. Because we're going to have basically 2 towers. It'll be the same kind of getup that we did here, only backwards.
An attack in my own temple?
Shorty Cosmo.
Goodness me.
Vickless of Borg, how's it going? So... yeah, what I'm seeing here, we'll build this way up and we'll level it out, get our arm and everything, and then when it comes time to putting it together on the shuttle, we'll chop some of these pieces. We can go ahead and take the top part off, and then we can chop it down to size to meet with the, and then put the top back on. How to do that? It would be best if we actually routed the whole top to 1 node. That way we can actually pull the whole top part completely off, snap it to a new node, and then at that point, if we can drag these things to size, and then drag the other ones to meet. Because you know what? This is not actually connected to this right here. These pieces are free floating out here. So essentially it's already in the state that we're talking, that there's going to be 1 connection node, but we want the whole floor, the arm, all that crap hooked up to 1 node so that we can adjust the size of our tower to meet whatever size of rocket that we need. So we go ahead and we adjust the tower, snap the top on, boom, and then with these with the pieces here, we would restrut them, or just have a strut from this to the, or actually from the top down. That way, when we connect the top piece on, it will just go ahead and the struts will automatically snap, bang, 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 to all of these structural cones or pylons. Be good to go on that front. Yeah, this thing's gonna be way better system for launching the shuttle, that's for sure. I see this part over here actually leaning, so it's not fully strutted yet. Yeah, 2 more in height ought to do it. Damn, that thing's big, man. Holy cow. Alright, cool. So we can revert this back into the assembly, and then we can recover our static tower. And we can get back to work on that. Kiwi hooking us up with the 200 bits. Show love, show love. Much appreciated. Oh, both of them got knocked out. What a jip. If I refresh the screen, will it refresh that? Bring us back our hearts. Give us our hearts. Oh, no hearts were included. Well, we had to try. There was I appreciate the bits. Hopefully next time they'll stay in the apparatus. Alright, we can recover our launch tower. And now we can get back to working on that. Do you use Stream Elements or Streamlabs? Streamlabs. I would just use OBS, honestly. There's everything that we do is fundamentally like we could take everything and drag it straight into just the bare bones OBS, but the notifications are actually, they're just so much easier in Streamlabs to set up that we just went with Streamlabs. Okay, so let's get this thing out of here. And we're looking for L for launch pad 2, our launch tower. LM. There we go. Okay, so let's go ahead and bring this thing over to where we can work on it. Make sure it's not in snap before we move this thing. Okay. So we can slide it back and forth. We just can't slide it left or right. Nor up or down. Okay, so here's our top piece that I was talking about. And if we can hook all of this on after the fact onto that, ought to work out nicely. Let's see. I would expect that if this piece here has got some strutting, we might be able to actually get away with these things strutting properly. Yeah, it's not gonna work, Jack. You know it's not. Some of them connect. Well, that one actually did really well. Okay, so we've definitely got our height. Let's get our one node. Kind of thinking it'd be better if it's a smaller piece. If we use this thing like this, turn off the flag. There. And then do something like this. There we go. Yeah, keep that piece on to cap it. That works for me. And we need something. Actually, that ought to do. Okay. Okay, so that's the root part for us there. And now we can grab these pieces and hook them onto that. Okay, and then we can move these pieces around at our leisure and not be worried about nothing. It's all static. Oh crap, we used the wrong... Okay, this was the arm. We'll come back to that piece in a minute. Okay, something like that. Changed my mind on capping that like that. Whoops. I knew it. There was no way we were going to get to grab that piece there. Okay. Like that. Okay, now this whole base piece is all rooted to that. So now we can grab this sucker. Ooh. Ah! Oh, you rat bastard. Don't do that. Alright, now what I was trying to do was grab the root part. Boom. There you go. Now we've got the whole upper deck as it is. And we can measure this thing to whatever size we need to deal with. As far as the shuttle is concerned, there's another part to this that we want. There's not just the orbiter access arm, but there's also, on a shuttle, there's like a cap. There's another arm that hangs out and connects to, or kind of holds, the external fuel tank right at the very top. So there's two arms, and we could totally do something like that for the shuttle variant. Probably be smart to use something like Not sure. Not sure, not sure, not sure. Don't know, don't know, don't know. R2B. Thinking about talking Jack into giving you a weapon? Does Skeeter need a weapon? Chop off heads in chat. There isn't any heads to chop off in chat currently. I was told they're called gray names. Like when a troll comes in, they make an account, a throwaway account, and haven't even taken the time to choose the color of how their name shows up in chat. So they're referred to by the epithet gray names. What do you think? These things move. Down should be fine. Restrut. Okay, how do we get the different measurements? This is pretty... How the hell would you do that? Current measurements. Current measurements. Well, here's what we're gonna do, because I have no idea what's going to happen, so let's find out. But we take our plank, basically, and pop it this direction, and we're gonna make it super long. And just see what the hell happens when we try and do something with this. While we're here, I can't even scroll up anymore. Quickie strut there, quickie strut there, and third connection point. Oh, our stuff is pushed too far. Oh well. That's right, we need to connect these struts from the top to the bottom. Anyway, I'm curious to see what happens here when this thing clearly sticks over the end of the pad itself. Take this, make sure you're not in snap, okay, and move it on back. Okay, go ahead and give us... Yeah, I had a feeling it was going to do that. Okay. Since we're not reverting the same project here, and this is one more thing we have to worry about. Is this an eggnog-free night? Unfortunately, it is, because I didn't go to the store to get more eggnog. Yeah, I usually don't get around to checking the Discord very often. Although we have it, we use it. But very, very seldom do we. We kind of just open it up to take a look at the photos that people have posted, and that's about it. Look at this, we got a nice little diving board here. Look at that. That is terrific. Speaking of which. What the hell? Yeah, what I'm curious about now, if we leave this on the pad, don't revert. We want to leave it. We want to leave it. Go back to the Space Center, and then try and launch a shuttle, or even more dramatic, we'll try and put that Dragon Senior and see if it lets us do it. If we can actually have things over top of a launching vehicle. I doubt it, though, because that's the one vector that the game has to really micromanage, right? Is the Z vector, because gravity, right? That's like the one big static force in the game. So I would expect, if the way the game is programmed, the way I would think it is, there's a likelihood that it would consider the diving board, or the upper side of the diving board, to be the ground constant height when it goes to, like, kind of put things on the pad. But we'll see. It might just say, oh, can't launch this vehicle, must clean launch pad. You got some chocolate milk? Am I the only one here that's sane? What are you doing, drinking chocolate milk? Oh my god. Wow. Did you not realize it's December? It's the only time of year you get to drink eggnog. You guys must drink. You guys are the ones that spike your eggnog. It's a sin. It really is. It's a sin. Eggnog is way too good to ruin by putting alcohol in it. You raise a good point. I'll hit the LCB tomorrow. Is that your local grocery store? Get yourself some eggnog. All right, see what happens. And it didn't give us any notification saying we couldn't do it. Liquor control board. Yeah, I would say, all things considered, it would be more ethical to skip spiking your eggnog with rum and just put the rum aside, drink your eggnog, but instead, you need to get a little buzz. So ethically, I would think it would be better to just shoot morphine. That way, you don't ruin the taste of the eggnog. Or drop LSD. There you go. So the LSD and eggnog. That way you don't mess up the taste of, louse up good eggnog. Whoa, what happened? Oh my god, look at this. Wow. Dude. Okay, that I did not expect. Wow. Well, that's actually lining up really, really well. Amazing. And it put it right next to it. I cannot believe that it did that. I thought it clipped into it for a second, but that's crazy. So yeah, that height is pretty good. No, we're gonna have to go higher. Not much though. Say the base of that's probably about there. So if we go up, maybe a double-sized tank in height, then this thing will be right about need it to be for the maximum size tower. I was kind of worried that we were going to have to double up on our launch clamps and put some up top or something, but that doesn't, thing's stable. I mean, look how solid that thing is. Got this huge lever over here, and it's solid. This thing ain't moving at all. That is very good news. Let's get a Kerbal up there and jump off. I want to see how they run with the way we've got this set up. I don't know if it's like our current tower had a real problem. Every time that we would cross the threshold between these two pieces or any of these pieces, the camera would stutter, and it was really kind of obnoxious. Quite obnoxious. This looks really good. I'm liking this. Making good progress here. Boy, we're removing a hell of a lot of parts from these systems. My goodness. That tower is gotta be approaching like 100 parts. Maybe not 100 parts. It's a lot, though. All right. Now, yeah, the one nasty bit about the tower that we're building here is since it's its own kind of entity. You know what we should do? Just realizing well, how is that going to work? If we pulled that in as a sub-assembly, all we need to do is get the height, but we don't know the height difference between the pad. The pad and where the actual launch tower starts. That's kind of the question. KD with beef and vegetables all mixed together? What's KD? Oh, craft dinner, of course. You really that stereotypical? Terrence, when I die, please take my body back home and bury me with a side of craft dinner. Okay, did we pick up our... Now, what I was originally kind of thinking... Hold on a second here. Some way to get a sub-assembly that will tell us the distance, but it won't tell us the distance between the base and the base. So, like, how the hell are we going to get this to work? Well, here's what we can do. We can actually might work a little bit backwards, but we'll try this. Who knows? Might be useful. It might. Probably not going to be very useful. But let's say we take... trying to get an angle here. Alright. Flip it. Like, no. Like that. There we go. And we want this flat with the walkway. Okay, so like that. That's the perfect height that we're looking for right there. Now, if we take beams, no! Balls stood up. Yeah, imagine it won't be long now until we'll be able to actually fly this dragon up to the International Space Station. That's gonna be pretty cool. That's gonna be pretty sick. Also dawns on me, for subassembly reasons, we'll probably want just something that's very obvious for the systems to figure out a control point from. So if we take a small Clampo Junior and make that our root part for this. Okay, now let's try this again. Further we gotta go. Boy, that was almost there. Okay. So that's that's the difference between the ground, as we have found it in the VAB, and the walkway. So if we take this and go, we don't want action groups, we want a sub-assembly. Yeah, that's right, it's up here. Okay, sub-assembly. Now, alright, there's a dragon height stick. Now, don't save any of this. We want to load up our tower. Okay. Actually, we need the sub-assemblies. Okay, we're not in Snap. Looks good. Let's go ahead and drag this project back over to a working area. And now, bring in that measuring stick. Uh-oh. What? You're kidding me, right? What? You're kidding me, right? It just... Oh my god. Fuck. Well, balls. That totally ballsed it all up. Completely ballsed it. Well, screw it. Moving on. I'm not even gonna explain what happened there. That was lame. Moving on. Alright, so the next thing that we need to do here, since we can't find the height, we know we were pretty darn close, so we're just gonna eyeball the rest of this. I'd expected when we were on the pad and working that we were off by about one of these tanks in length. That's irritating. Okay, and then top back onto it. Another thing that we could do for the varying heights or whatever is add an ability to... Well, that's gonna be really tough, isn't it? Anyway, like an ability to kind of get it just right on the end. Not unlike an aircraft terminal gate arm. Macaroni for the bourgeoisie. For the actual arm itself, let's think some robotic parts for a moment here. Big servo. Okay, is that the biggest one we get? Yep. Alright, so big servo. If we were to say 2 big servos. Actually, I'm thinking 3 big servos. So we get a servo, right? And say it goes like copy pasta this on there just for the sake of seeing it. Okay, so say our draw or our access arm is on this servo or a servo to pivot. Now the things that are going to, let's move this thing back a little bit. What? No. There we go. Okay, so for this arm to get to keep from falling forward on the end. Actually, we also do want to do this. We wanted to have a ceiling for it too. That's right, huh? This thing's probably going to be too long. What we should do is make the access arm too wide. Make it narrower. Where's the wing pieces? So if we go with the B type and instead like find an vector to work on here. Okay. That'll do, I guess. It'll be a whole lot lighter. Rid of those. I don't think that part is being replaced. Okay, so what the hell? That's nowhere near. Oh, I see it. Left and right. Okay. Anyway, the rest of it looks pretty good. So if we have one of these, and a second one, something like... Uh-oh. That's not very far. Boy, that's really... Yeah, I don't know what to do. Rotating. Rotate all the way around the front. Now for the for the for the dragon, this arm would have to be over on this side for this thing to wrap around the way that it's supposed to. And we would actually need hinge setup in order to do that, not servos. Servos just aren't going to work for us here. And this is where the... Yeah, this is how our current hinge setup is, and this is the way that it kind of needs to be for the dragon. Is it needs to be on this arm or this corner of the tower, so that the but that would mean this whole rig would have to be pushed further out so that it could get pushed, so that this corner is basically where this corner is right now, which is kind of crap. So we're gonna have to go much further out. Essentially like that. This being on the far edge like that. The hinge itself being the far edge like that. This hinge will probably be better for us for this kind of thing. But yeah, that way, just like our current tower, it will... Oh wait, this would have to be... That's right, this needs to be on the inside edge here, like this. There we go, yeah. So there. Like that, and then the rocket sits like such. And it pivots like that, completely out of the way. That's exactly how it should be. I don't know, for some reason I was thinking of using this corner, but we kind of can't. This thing is, it's important that it be like that. So yeah, our bridge, our access arm is going to have to be even longer still. Now the other thing is, it can support itself and make itself more or less rigid. But the weight of the whole thing is going to be really... It's going to be flexing on that hinge really hard, which was the main issue that we have with our tower, is that we have something like 6 of these smaller hinges that are holding that thing on, and it's much smaller than what we're proposing here. So if we scale it up to these and use this hinge, but not only... Yeah, supporting it from overhead is not, doesn't look like it's gonna work very well. I don't like that idea. Let's support it from underneath because it's much easier to work from there. And yeah, if this thing is going to be used for dragon, then it needs to get moved over so that this arm is basically right about there. And then we would have to move this back a far more significant amount than we currently originally had. But then that would work like that, which is not bad. The big thing is this, so the hinge, if we can make an uber strong hinge, something like we we stack 3 or 4 of these hinges on top of each other for this part, and then let's see. Then we get more hingage. Down with like a smaller kind of catwalk thing. Maybe copy 2 of those. It's gonna have to be much further than that in order to get decent. Yeah, at least that, if not more. A lot more. Yeah, something like that. So that's underneath, and that we can do some struttage. That's not gonna, yeah, we need more length. How far can we even get? Oh, we can get much further than that. Got psyched out there. Wrong. We get more. We're just working on the ceiling. It's difficult. Okay, there we go. So that's pretty much the extent of our struts length that we can use. And then the rigidity of itself against itself, the weight of the hole pulling against these hinges, and then down. We'll see how it all flexes. So that thing is really, really long. Oh no. Damn. Yeah, it's actually gonna put us, this is gonna be, well, we might be able to tell some things, actually. But yeah, we didn't move it into place, so this is gonna be on top of the pad. Yeah, we're gonna have to layer this out. Can't tell how far. It looks like we get about 2 B type wings in length for a strut. Like a strut, we can stretch a strut over about 2.5 lengths. So if we do it in tiers of 2.5 lengths, basically for each structural length underneath the entire tunnel. And just crop it down each level. You get possibly 3 different levels going down. That should be worlds of strong, I would think. It's a lot of hinges, but that's okay. I'm cool with that. In fact, I'm more cool with us spreading the hinges out, having more hinges and having them spread out than having them having to do the stacking hinges thing. I'm always worried about doing that at any time I feel the game could consider that one is not, if they're not going at exactly the same speed, like if the game decides somehow that one's not going the same speed, they can crack an inside of themselves and cause a disaster. But if we're spreading it out across the length of the height of the tower, that would be better. Much easier. Yeah, if we can pull this off with 4 hinges, or 4, let's see, 1, maybe, yeah, maybe 4 hinges. We might be able to get away with doing 4 hinges. The roof, the base, and then 2 lower levels below that, maybe 3. So maybe 4 or 5 hinges, and we can get ourselves a pretty strong access arm. We're gonna have to close up a bit of this space, though. I gotta be honest, the size of this tower is, well, it's, the real deal tower is gigantic. Like, if you look at a photo of, let's see here, or waiting for this thing to load in. If it's going to load in, it might be crashed. It looks like it could be crashed. This never happens, though. Game at least eventually answers. Anyway, let's see here. Why are all these images so freaking small? Crying out loud. Yeah, I think we might be toast. Toasty!
Toasty!
Wally, 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 well. Oh, sure. Is it gonna... The cursor did some stuff just as I changed the scene. No. No, it's dead. Huh. Wonder what happened there. Is it? What day is this? That's Friday. Should have had the update yesterday. It was probably out there flailing as well. Probably what drove Kerbal Space Program over the edge just now. Let's recover that, as it was nowhere near ready to be launched. We lost a lot there, actually. But the ideas are still here. We're making progress. So, let's see here. Now, this is the full height, right? Oh, shit. No, it didn't. It took that back from us, too. Okay, anyway, we were pretty sure at this point we take the top off. And we were expecting that one tank's worth length would get us what we need. Okay, put the top back on. We can square this up as well. To the edge of that. Actually, those need to be moved relative to the root part, not the part we were dealing with. So back this way. Okay. And then we decided, oh, I don't know. Given the size of the whole tower, maybe we'll go with this. I mean, like, it's a pretty wide walkway. Like, it's really, really wide. Let's judge the difference here. If we take the okay, so this is the current width of the access arm. Just, I mean, it looks pretty legit. Yeah, I would say we'll use B types instead. It'll look better, be more accurate. It's a nice wide walkway, but won't be too wide that it'll look silly. fuck. All right. Will we be able to get closer than that? Probably. Let's see it as it sits right now. I want to observe how much flex we get out of this access arm. Man, that thing is huge, CVR. I don't know what CVR is. Your clip is gone, though. I went through and removed all of the clips. Twitch. Oh, Twitch. That's silly DMCA. Whoa, what is going on? Something is really freaking out. Oh, we krakened. Aha. Okay, so here's the worry that if we got too far to this side that we would be bumping into this stuff, and in fact we are. That's not good. Quite a bit too. Well, anyway, the flex down is not so bad. It's actually pretty darn light. That's a good thing. So here's what we're gonna do. Oh, son of a bitch. I just... Every time. I hate the snap on this game, I swear. Works in such unpredictable ways. It's always underfoot, man. Always underfoot. Alright, get this on down to... So if we put this over here, and instead of putting the access arm, instead of putting the access arm way on the end, it will have to be somewhere kind of towards the center so that it's in the right place, or the relative to whatever vehicle we're going to be working with. In this case here, it's of course going to be Dragon. But we put the actual access arm right in the center of the tower, like that. And then our hinges, well, of course, they will, in fact, get everything else lined up more or less. It's not too bad, I guess. Anyway, our hinges, we roll them up on this side here, facing like that. And then after the first structural, then from there we can copy pasta those and trim them as we go down. So we have one there, and then there's the roof. Now, the roof. Yeah, that should work. Go ahead and copy all of that. You bastard. You bastard. You bastard. You rotten bastard. God, the camera limits are, they just, oh man. Strangle someone. Yeah, the camera limits, man, damn. Why put camera limits on it? It's utterly infuriating. Okay, that works for me. Trim that little edge there. Okay. Infuriating. God. I'm scrolling up like so much. You guys have no idea how often I'm scrolling up to try and go up. And it's just, we can't because the game is so stupid. It's utterly stupid that they put limits like that on. Makes me kind of want to slap someone. Like, why? Why limit me? It's a virtual space, man. Why limit it? Okay, anyway. So we have our hinges like this. We also would need one more for the roof. So we would get a little bit of above the tunnel. Also, we can get a little bit of struttage going above the tunnel. But for this to actually work the way we want it to, not just having these things off like that is going to do it. What we need is a floor that comes out, or a beam. No, for this to fulcrum right here, I have to come all the way. Yeah, more or less. I mean, it's a cosmetic sort of thing at this point, but not E, we're looking for B. There we go. Can we get one thinner than that? It's not gonna be as long though, is it? D. Look at the D type. No. E type, perhaps. It's thinner. Okay. This might be what we're looking for. And essentially all this does is fills in what's actually would be holding the top and the bottom pieces to the hinge. Okay, so something like that. And effectively save that right there. Effectively, we copy pasta these guys right on down, and that can work as our support. We just trim them as we go. And probably one more. About like that. This one a little bit lower. Okay. Now the way that this is gonna shake out, or would need to shake out, is let's move it backwards a bit. Like that. Alright. Olympic diving venue. We've just built an Olympic diving venue. Oh yeah, I was gonna show you guys a photo of the tower IRL, 'cause it's utterly absurd. I mean, like, oh my god, it looks a billion times more complicated than the vehicle does. I mean, like, it's out of this freaking world. But I can't seem to get image that's worth a damn. There we go. Get a load of this sucker. Look at that madness. I mean, like, that is utter madness. That thing is insane. I mean, I believe it looks to me as though it actually clamshells the whole rig together. That's pretty common for the launch towers to do that sort of thing. That way, if launch gets scrubbed because of weather or whether they can close up basically the whole thing. It ain't going nowhere. But yeah, look at that apparatus. Utterly absurd. That thing looks like it cost a $1 trillion. How much did that cost? NASA spent a decade and nearly $1 billion for a single launch tower. Only a billion, but only a billion. Our next module, that really puts our next module into perspective. When you're looking at this launch tower, and you can say, okay, that cost 10 years, that took 10 years to make and cost $1 billion. The next module that we go to launch is the Columbus European fluid dynamics module, and whatever. That thing cost like $3 billion, I believe. Here, STS. We'll just say ISS assembly. Yeah, we're currently on STS. Yeah, Columbus STS 122. And the module we're taking up with us is the Columbus module. And this sucker, yeah, this thing costs $2 billion. So this one little module that goes up costs more than, or it costs the same as 2 of these enormous launch towers. I mean, that's pretty absurd. That's the okay, so this dude here, this module costs just as much as 2 of these. That's absolutely absurd. Oh my God. That's end game, dude. Holy cow. Jesus Christ. That is so end game. Wow. Yeah, how do you even fit $2 billion into this thing? You know what, if they were to actually take $2 billion and print it on the largest note that, you know, the US has, it probably, you wouldn't even be able to stuff it all into this thing. Yeah, $2 billion for that tin can. Quite right. Quite right. But there's some pretty kick-ass science to be learned from that thing. I'm not gonna lie. They've got fluid dynamics, and that's the study of bone density loss and muscle mass loss, and yeah, it's a pretty amazing piece of equipment. But for $2 billion, I don't know. I sure hope we see some awesome science learned. 2.5. So if that's okay, if we can go all the way to the end, then let's see here. Struttage. Is there any way that we might be able to get a mirror symmetry on this? That would look pretty cool if we can get that to work. I doubt it's gonna. Yeah, it's not. Oh, wait a minute. Hold up. Yeah, okay, it's gonna screw us anyway. What will it give us if we put this down? It's try and go the opposite way, huh? Oh. Yeah, that's not exact. That's not gonna give us what we need. So take it out of that, and we want to redo that strut. The way we need it to go is from the bottom in as far as it can go, which is about 2.5. Okay, and then we cut this off, and then take this one in 2.5, which will almost be the should be the next seam. Close to. It's not. This one? It's got to be. Yeah, okay. That'll work. And then we cut. And then one more. The reason why that one didn't go to the seam is because we started it back at the front again, I'm seeing now. Okay, so something kind of like that is the idea. And if we had one more hinge, we could probably finish it off all the way in, although I don't think that we will need it. Limitations, they just, oh my god, I want to slap somebody so hard. Alright. Now, as of the way this thing is sitting right now, we could get a little cheeky test going on here. It's not going to be a whole lot of value, but I do want to see some kind of tangible results going on here. Is this thing far enough out? I don't think that it is. Push it a little bit further. Make sure you're not in snap. Okay, and back. We'll start, I don't know, we'll see if putting this beyond the door's threshold will be a good spot for us to kind of eyeball. But let's take a look. We've got Kerbals on this thing. If this goes wrong, we could end up accidentally losing a Kerbal. Hopefully the game won't crash and we lose the ability to revert if something does go wrong. Oh, dude, that looks fantastic. See, we don't have any struttage to hold the roof up. It's kind of just sagging there. But otherwise, our diving board is pretty solid, given, and it's not even like legitimately strutted. We just kind of meh. You know, we've got a lot more to come. So by the time this thing is actually fully strutted, it's going to be quite strong. Very nice. And how it's coming over, we're over halfway, definitely. And Yeah, that looks terrific. That edge is... That's the only dangerous edge right there, is we can't really go much. We got a little tiny, like, couple feet, like a meter or so that we're able to move over here to the right, but other than that, that's kind of what's stopping us. As far as the length, we probably could chop that back even further, and bring this in. Say we chop off a whole 2 lengths. Because we've got easily 1 length's worth down here. I would think we'd still be in good shape. This thing's sweet. It's even got a road going straight to it. And I don't mean like these little walkways or anything like that. The only road, I mean, like, this one is clearly a road since it's like wider than all of the other little walkway paths and such. So it's absolutely perfect setup for us. So yeah, we pull it back in, chop off a bit. We'll chop off just 1 for the time being, and then I want to get... Let's do that. Let's go ahead and revert this back in there. We want to make sure our kerbals are off. Chop off 1 little bit. Put this thing back out there. Drag it, and then put it back out there, and then bring in our dragon to see how close it meshes up. So we're talking... We want to bring it back in... about 1 E-type's length or 1 A-type's length this direction. So about that would be pretty good. I don't see anything that we can really use to find it specifically in the VAB. But we might not need to. If we get everything set up and then finally get it into place, then save, we should be good. Possibly. Anyway, we can... yeah, let's cut 1... Cut 1 length off all the way down. That clamshell part of the pad was called the rotating service structure. Yeah, that thing is insane. just take it out to the edge to make it look cosmetically nice. And not so much into the idea of making it extremely, like, omega strong. So I think we're past that. Given the weight of the parts that we're using versus the ones we're used to using, I think we're in really good stead here. Yay, we're going down. It feels good to have the Z vector come back to us. We can actually move up and down a little bit. Freedom. Okay. What do I want to do for the top here? Across, that's what I want to do. Okay. Oh, man, I wish we could go up or down. When Jackie was in Egypt's land, let my Jackie go. Cool to see that move. Give me a Cal controller. There's no way this thing's gonna work right up front, is it? Actually, we don't even need that. That's right, we don't even... Well, yeah, we don't even need that. Never mind. Just toggle. 180 transfer rate. Bring this down. I think our current transfer rate is like 4. The dampening of 100. get out of there. So it's about one A-type swing worth from the edge there. So if we bring this in about like that, about that much, might be about right. Okay, save it right there. Let's see it. Okay, we forgot to get the strut over here. Otherwise, it's very strong. I see it swaying a little bit. That's the hinge, though. We're gonna have to figure that out. Well, let's take a look at the motion. Hit it. Yeah, that's pretty cool. It's a sweet, sweet tower. I like it. It's pretty good. It's a huge upgrade to our current tower, that's for sure. Very, very low part count, very, very light, very strong, and completely independent of the vehicle in every way, shape and form. Yeah, it's not too bad. And we can deck this thing out once we have all of the bits that truly matter working. We can deck it out and decorate it, and yeah, it'll look cool. Everything you need, nothing you don't. I don't know. Some pieces, if the pieces are large enough, then they can be worth it. The shadow looks terrific. But I would definitely like it way more dense in here. That would be really cool. Yeah, not bad. Okay, get a load of this. We're probably gonna run out of electricity. Actually, have something is generating electricity. I don't know how. Does it just generate because we're like strapped into the ground via these launch clamps? Is that a thing? Because it should be draining electricity. There's nothing here that actually generates electricity. Anyway, get a load of that. So go ahead and retract the tower arm here. And then once it's back, we're gonna leave it here and bring a dragon out. Yeah, it's definitely very clean. Alright. We'll leave that there, and we want to go back to the Space Center. Bring a dragon out here. And see how it stands up next to it. How about lights? We'll put lights on it. Definitely have to have at least one siren light. Yeah, we're accomplishing it with far less hinges. Like in this thing here, I don't even remember which one was which, to be honest. It's probably not the dragon. But yeah, one iteration of our... it was the last shuttle launch that we upgraded, or we went back in and actually put another 3 of these hinges in here. Or was it only 2? May have been actually only 2. Still, it's a pretty shaky outfit. Yeah, just do that. Just do that, man. Easy. Make sure there's nobody inside of it. Get out of there. Out, out, out. And launch it. little physics sleazing happen over here because we needed a strut from there to there. And definitely a strut from there to there and there to there. And, yeah. Otherwise... if we... watch us knock it over. Yeah, that's definitely way... I really like how safe this is. I mean, the distance is hard, you know, it's hard to work with for sure, but the safety is far superior than just having this huge tower standing right next to the dang rocket. It's nice to have that distance. There's no way we're gonna hit that thing. No way. The only way we're gonna hit that tower is if our rocket falls over on the pad. Wow. Okay, so we were actually a little bit too tall. But this is easily corrected now. Trim it back a little bit. We might even bring this... this is the default spot that we chose because of all of the launch equipment that we had before. But it'd of course be better if we put this right in the center of the pad, which our arm will accommodate for that in length. Quite nicely, in fact. It'll be like... this seam is pretty much right in the center, so that's where our doorway is going to go, right in the seam of these two. So if we have this, that's perfect. That's fantastic. And we have distance on this that we can play with as well. For the shuttle, it's going to be a little bit different thing. For the shuttle, of course, the tower is nowhere near this tall. Much, much shorter. But also, the big thing is that the door on the shuttle is not facing... it's not facing north, it's facing east. So we have to have some sort of thing here that will come out for us to be able to board the shuttle from the side. Yeah, and so long as we decide that we put the door or the center of the vehicle, the dorsal side or the ventral side of the orbiter, right on this seam. So if we just line that up with that, or on the shuttle, same thing, the dorsal side with that seam, then we can measure out exactly from there. If we need to get to a door that's facing east, then we can go ahead and put a little ramp. And we'll just have to measure that. That's easily done in the VAB. We can get a mock of the thing and put it together pretty quickly. At that point, it's really a matter of getting the right height for the different vehicles. What would you say we were off by? Half of that? Maybe the whole thing, actually. Yeah, about half of that, I'm thinking. Okay. All right, let's go ahead and revert this back into the VAB. Pick up our launch equipment and we'll get back to work on it. Yeah, it's good stuff. I like it. I had it. There it is. Okay, so we still got our other launch tower is out there. We need to pick that up. Otherwise, I believe we've got... Oh, we can get one more strut right here. Ooh. Ain't she pretty? So I see some static struttage. Let's see which way my damn strut is turned here. Oh, that's right. Okay. It don't look right. Doesn't look right at all. Yawn, yawn. That thing ought to turn quite nicely. I see we have a little bit of a measuring issue here. If we take this hinge and pull it straight down, we should be okay though. Nice. I'm also seeing... Oh, we got a static hinge on the... Or a static strut there, so that shouldn't matter. Yeah, everything should be okay. Alright, so the next thing is, what is the next thing? Aside from having railings so that our Kerbals don't fall off, not sure exactly how we want to accomplish that just yet. I wonder if there's... I'm starting to think we might employ a piston system that will raise us up to the proper height that we need to be. Wow, look how solid that is. Oh my god. Solid as a rock. It's beautiful. Not bad. Yeah, not too bad. Not too shabby. Yeah, it's quite the tall tower, for sure. Not as tall as the VAB. But it's pretty darn close. I'm thinking for the access. Say the access arm. So when it reaches the end here, how it kind of bonk, you know? Now, I suppose if we increase the dampening, if we went maxo dampening on all of the hinges, and brought down the transfer rate if we had to. Yeah, maybe bring the transfer rate down 1. Bring it down to 3. I love when cursors don't work the way that they should. Such as they go backwards. Okay. So, try that. See how that, Did I get the maximum dampening on? Yeah, okay. Okay. Alright, bring it back the other way. Kind of don't want it to, swing like Babe Ruth at our dragon capsule. Or whatever. Yeah. We may program a cow to do this so that it gets slower as it gets closer. Yeah, that's what we'll do. We'll have it, it'll be like pretty fast on the outside, but as it gets close to it, it'll slow down to a crawl so that it doesn't have that whipping action. We don't need it whiplashing our shuttle off of the pad or whatever. Yeah, the game must generate electricity if you have launch clamps enabled, as if you're, you know, the KSC is generating the power, which is super cool because now we don't have to put like the I just never knew that was a thing. I always just assumed the second you put it on the pad, regardless of anything, it would draw power. That's pretty cool. I'm seeing now the reason why the distance from here doesn't look quite right is we need to bring this down just a tiny bit. We can bring this down. Maybe if we could get these, if we could get this one down, well, I don't know, in a way that would separate it, it would, I guess when we have the edges, still don't know how the hell we're gonna do that. I got an idea. I hope those pieces are big enough. I'm thinking if we use the radiator pieces for the, well, now hold on, they have, that one radiator has like these bolt things that hang out the back, so if you plan on actually using the inside, it won't look right. Now, wait a minute. These things are really long. And thin. That might be our piece that we're looking for the edges. And we don't get lucky to... Well, wait a minute. Hold on. Go... No. Of course not. So this will be a labored thing. Not too hard. I mean, we can make one beam and then copy it over if that's what we want to do. Or use these. Now we're starting to add weight. How heavy are those things? We're talking 0.375 per, and these things here, not that one, the other one, is 0.078. So these things are actually pretty light. 0.078. The beams are quite heavy. So I would say we should probably use these flat guys in terms of conserving weight. And it looks like the right piece. It'll give us a nice little window. Kind of area above it. Use this for the end cap. Nah, it's not long enough on this model. Yeah, okay, give us one of those things. Yeah, that'll actually cap that off pretty good. Doesn't look bad at all. So, zoom, twist. Let's make a beam out of these E's. If we can. Okay. Oh, come on. I thought we trimmed. Didn't we trim? Didn't we have a trim piece? You're kidding me. Okay. Give me another one. What are these? E's? Yeah. There. Yeah, I'll go ahead and do it. We'll fill that piece in with these E's. And this is the end that's hanging. Straight from here to this thing. Yeah, that should do. And a strut from... Actually, that totally will hold it. That's really all we need. And this is the side over here that's hanging, so we'll want to get a strut from here. God damn it, I wish I could scroll up. Wishing the game had windows? Oh, I know. The game needs so many... I mean, it desperately needs so many quality of life things that it doesn't have. That's why I always get kind of like go on the offensive whenever somebody starts talking about multiplayer in Kerbal Space Program. It's like, oh, it's such a great idea. And like, how can you possibly say that when you give us more quality of life stuff first? Okay, and then we were gonna move this whole... Oh. Oh, right, because... Oh, that's actually going to be kind of an issue. These need to be lining up. I didn't see that at first. These are not quite lined up. Bring this out. Top is a little bit too far. Opposite way. That, there we go. Looks like, Oop. Is that the one we just did? Yeah, looks right. Okay. Almost there. I have to reconnect it. We've gone too far. All right, now we've got our beam. I'll attach it to this thing here. Okay, now what I wanted to do is we wanted to give it like a little 45-degree angle or something. Before we do this angle, though, let's copy pasta an instance of it and just kind of have it over here on the out of the way. Okay, just in case we screw this up. So we'll grab that piece there. Actually, yeah, before we do this as well, we'll get another one. For the other side. Okay. And now snap that thing to an angle. Ooh, is that good enough? That ought to give us a pretty decent hallway effect, I think. Okay, grab this side, same thing, other way. Boom, like that. Beautiful. All right, now line this up at the outside. Make sure we're the same height on either side. That looks good. Yeah, that looks really good. Okay. Ooh. It's looking good. Okay, now out here, let's see, I'll push the project back a little bit to make sure we're not on snap. Okay. Move that guy back a bit. All right, so now for the trim on the end. Wow, it's really freaking close. Look at that. Now, do we want one? We might, yeah, we might want one on the end because the capsule's door is going to be right on the seam, right? So we'll have like a little side here, a little side here, and then the seam spot will be open. We cut that, and then we can go ahead and trim these back in. Like to that edge. Same thing over here. And then also this little piece right here. I don't know. We'll try to get that that angle. Maybe not as much angle. Yeah, try it. How will it look? Now its height isn't right. That's probably why it looks like crap. Bring this down. It's also not centered. Yeah, that doesn't look too bad, I suppose. We can bring this back just the tiniest bit. Yeah, okay. And now we need to trim out the where the capsule lives, which is, oh no, crap. You know what? I just realized we'll have to come back to this one. Can I just cut that one off there and kind of go solo on its own thing, maybe, with the proper angle? Yeah, we'll have to trim that out. Now this one actually, here's how we can do this. We can pull this one past. There you go. Brilliant. Now we don't have to redo anything. Okay, now we can trim. Oh, yeah, well, we'll have to trim and then retrim. So it's about that much maybe. It's gonna need a little bit more. Just a little bit more over here. There you go. That looks pretty decent. And so that's right where the capsule will have our access. Very nice. Actually looks quite a lot more true to the Dragon tunnel than our original one. From this angle, it's really wide. The ceiling's really, really low. But it should look pretty cool walking along this with the Kerbal. Now for the railing right there, let's go ahead and copy pasta, just a section of that, and bring it on over for this bit right here. There you go. Trim that piece, cut this piece off, and there you go. It's not the right height. And I think we're just gonna skip the angle on this piece. I think we're fine having that flat. No big deal. What the hell? Oh, that's the root part. Oh, really? We have to trim it back the opposite way. Okay. Yeah, okay, that works. Very nice, very nice. Trim back this whole piece. Like this. There we go. So that the roof is actually over. Tiniest bit. Can trim this back. And trim this whole thing over like that. It should mesh up to the center. Very nice, very nice. Now, let's see. This thing's the root part going this way, so we're going to probably need a strut from here to here. Okay, and for this outside part, we don't necessarily need a strut now because we just put one in, but it will help. That. Okay. And now the other side is rooted backwards. So we need to go in here. And this piece is rooted on the outside. So we get one from here to here. Seeing some angles here I don't like. Such as that one. Still got something fishy with this one here I don't like. Damn, she's starting to look pretty sleek. This is looking like a Dragon launch orbiter access arm. Indeed. Very sleek. And at one point we were going to move these down, but then we got sidetracked. So we want in, yeah, this one here. Let's go ahead and bring this down. So that the distances on the bottom ones are equal to themselves, but the distance from the top is clearly different. That way it'll set out. It'll set the bridge, kind of set the spotlight on it. These are just supporting actors. You know, this is the star. Yeah, it's starting to grow on me. I'm liking it. It's feeling good. It's feeling good. This bottom one, I think, let's move that up a bit. There you go. This one down just a little bit more. Very nice. Okay, I think we're done with this thing here. Yeah, we can go ahead and get rid of this. Don't need it anymore. Now, did we pick up our tower? Is this thing ready for us to push it back and to give it a launch? Yep, we're clean. Let's see it. I want to make some sort of cross beams between each of the support beams, but I don't know what to use. I don't want it to be start going into the cumbersome part count. I also don't want it to be completely empty in there. Might add just a few. Oh, we missed a strut. I thought I got that one. Now wait a minute, that actually should have worked the opposite because this was the route. It must not have been the route. Okay, well. Everything else looks like it stood up. Whoa, there's an engine there. Look at that. There's an engine. Oh my god. That's cool. Okay, our Kerbal, our test Kerbal, is down in this, no, in the center thing. Okay. Transfer him up. Let's take a look what it's like up here. It's pretty cool. I'm not seeing the camera stutter. I mean, a little bit, but nowhere near as bad as it was before. And wow. Dude, this thing is awesome. Wow. Even with the side thing kind of. Oh. Thing's awesome. Nice base jumping, dude. That was awesome. Yeah. Thumbs up. That was sick. Oh my goodness. That was awesome. All right, well, we need to do fix one strut on the end. Other than that, I think everything worked out pretty good. Pretty well. Yeah, that and it's so stable. Where the old one, we were sliding all over the place in there. And this one, since the whole rig is so stable, our Kerbals can literally stand on it without having to like worry about the game's physics sliding them off the side or something. Very nice. Very, 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 very nice. So what we needed here was a strut from the inside. Like that. There you go. Yeah, so for populating the inside of this thing, like the biggest part in the game are these kickbacks. Is that what it was? No, not the kickback. It was like the Clydesdale, I thought. Yeah. Is it Clydesdale what we used? I don't even know. Can't even. No, that is the kickback. Okay, never mind. So the kickback... I don't know. Yeah, I don't like it. This type blades almost get all the way across that thing, huh? It's hard as hell to work on it when it's against the wall. Ooh. That might even just satisfy me right there, but we're talking how many pieces added? Versus these things here, which there's, yeah, it can't even get halfway across. We would be using tons of those. Yeah, this piece is not bad. We could kind of fill this thing in on the cheap with these and make it look not so empty or something. Maybe let's try up here. Maybe go like this, go up here. Put another one the other axis. The other axis is actually shorter. That wasn't supposed to be a thing. It was supposed to be, oh yeah, I see now. Derp. I did not pay attention to that. It's not a perfect square. Well, maybe that'll work in our benefit on this piece here. Ooh. No way. Oh, wow. Okay, yeah, this is looking really cool. Dude, that totally worked out in our benefit. Oh my god, this is... Actually, we can get the rest of that on angle. There you go, okay. For every strut. Definitely don't want to do that. Want to do it on... We want to just kind of place these things in there on the cheap. Okay, and then get one on the other side. We're getting stuck on existing struts. Maybe... Yeah, I like that. Okay. And how about... It'll look like a... Yeah, that could be a cool effect. Okay. Let's try that. Bring this up. Bring this up. Yeah, alright. Cool. And then maybe bring it back. We keep with this direction, but go into the angles first and then go into the squares. What the hell? Oh, okay, yeah, the angles won't work on this. We actually have to go flat. We plan on making it all the way across. That's right, that's right. Okay, well, I guess we'll continue on with this. So, right about there, and then we can grab this guy up here. This guy up here. How did that go the opposite direction now? Huh. Oh, because this thing is facing... Right, okay, okay. This one's gonna need to be backwards as well. we go. Is that right? No, that's not right. Okay. I kind of want to go down. And that one is backwards again because this one on the bottom is upside down. But if we put it on the other side, dude, nice. Yeah, I keep forgetting you can't cross in the center. Yeah, that's kind of cool. Hopefully these things don't do any kind of kraken, and that we don't need to strut them or anything like that. So we fix the end here. This thing's pretty cool. Could spend half the night doing that, just duding it up. I just want to quickly kind of fill it in. I just don't want it to be utterly hollow. I mean, this is good enough. So long as they aren't flopping around and crakening or anything, if they just stay put, then I will be happy with this. It's good part count. It's not cumbersome. No jumping off the tower. To hell with that. Jumping off the tower is mandatory. That was way fun. Actually. That was awesome. I feel a little bit of swaying. Yeah, definitely seeing a little bit of swaying going on. Our little fill-in structure pieces, which look fantastic, they absolutely color it in just enough, you know? I don't need to go overboard on it, but it does look pretty nice. I like it. Yeah, we could have a hell of a deck party up here. Oh. it was sliding out from under us. Oh, the things save us. Hey. Kinda. Oh! Oh! I equipped the neck ring. I took his neck ring off just in time. It saved his life, taking that neck ring off. Dude's damn tough. Dude. Yeah, aside from the oof, you know, kind of Babe Ruth swinging this thing, it's, I'm quite impressed with it. I mean, we could spend half the night jumping. Oh. Yeah, pretty much. Damn, this thing is freaking cool. Geronimo! Nice. Here we go. Yep. Yeah, I am quite happy about how strong this thing is. Oof. 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 Whoa. Oh no! Ah! Oh! Because we hit the roof, it screwed our chute. Whee! Can we go through? Hey!
Audacity! An attack in my own temple? Goodness me.
Electro Llama! How's it going? Welcome, dudes. We are, welcome to Kerbal Parachuting Program. Yeah, we're making our Generation 2 launch tower, and the orbiter access arm is just so much fun to jump off of that yeah, we're just having a good old time. Man, this access tunnel puts our old one to shame. It really does. This thing is like a billion times better than our old tower. This thing is so superior. God, I love it. What a terrific build. Geronimo! Whee! Oh. Took a hard tumble. Yeah, we're base jumping. It's awesome. Yeah, it's a good arm. I like it. As far as filling in, you know, I'm thinking we might do just a little bit more. I'm going to take just these two panels, you know, copy pasta these two panels and make like maybe 2 more floors. How many pieces are we talking about here? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay, so 10. So we'd add another 20 pieces to give us 2 floors. It would look so cool, though. If we're going to go down that road, if we're going to add more into this, then we might as well just continue on with this little gig that we've got going on here, because this colors it in quite nicely. And it's extremely low part count. Hell, this whole bit that we've done here is like, what, 2 pieces per side? 1, 2, 4, 8. You know, it's like, it's nothing. So, yeah, I like that. Let's revert this back into the VAB, and we're going to do that. We're going to color in just a little bit more. New update is interesting. I don't know. I'm not playing the new update. We're on 1.10. We've been on this update for, or on this build rather, for some time now. What did they add that makes this new update interesting? I didn't read the notes. TLDR. Okay, that's not too bad. And in fact, if we wanted to really Make it look super cool. Come back the other way with a few. Damn it. Come on. EVA jetpacks and parachutes are now parts? Oh. Huh. Oh, okay. Kerbals hold two inventory items. So they can hold a jetpack and a parachute like normal. Or other small parts like solar panels. So effectively what they were trying to add was the Kerbal inventory system, Kerbal attachment system was what I gathered. Just kind of cool that they're, going to try and put that into the stock game. I'm quite happy with how Kerbal attachment system, Kerbal inventory system, the mod works, So chances are we're not going to leave our current build for some time. Is there anything else we want to do to this thing now? I mean, we kind of went a little bit ham. I think it's worth it though. I do kind of want this to be backwards though. Keep it coming. It's a good idea. Keep it coming. Kerbal attachment system didn't make that connection, but yeah. Yeah, Kerbal attachment system is an absolutely necessary mod. It is one of our essentials. Cannot play without it. Okay, so we've got ourselves a pretty decent little tower here. I like it. We're gonna need a light for the amber lights, as it were. And we need a robotic part, a servo, a rotor, light duty rotor. Okay. Okie dokie. Now these ones are a little bit of an upgrade as well from our old system. These things actually can hold 3 Kerbals each. So we can have 6 crew over here. And then Gunter. So 6 crew and Gunter. And then we also have, I guess we could say like a standby room over here that if we somehow had more space for Kerbals on a flight, then we can put them in there, and we can always expand this thing out and to the left, but not to the right or to the back. It's got to be that way and that way. Yeah, and with this new setup, we might actually go for trying to make a full clamshell for our Soyuz. Now that's gonna be tough. That's gonna be way tough. But I do feel as though with this new being able to put this stuff on the outside of the pad in the way that we're doing it right here, that we can pull it off. go. Now, here's the only other thing. Here, okay, I got an idea of how we can measure this now. So since our Z vector is locked, we don't have to worry about that, and our X vector is locked, we don't have to worry about that. We're just looking for Y. If we take a beam and run it straight to the ground from the very end of our orbiter access arm, then we can put that on a fixed position, a painted mark on the floor, and that's how we can get the actual distance exactly right. And then we can measure up our vessel's door with that same mark on the floor. And that should work. And the lights are revamped too. That's cool. Speaking of which, let's take a look at our light system down here. Lights on. Torque up. Nice. Okay. We need to turn them down a bit, so they are actually touching the ground. It's just kind of hard to see in the daytime, I suppose. Yeah, so if we take a beam, go all the way to the... Actually, we'll have to go past the floor because this is what the floor is in the VAB, and that's not actually where it is, so we're a bit deeper. So we'll just stab this thing straight into the ground and then measure it to a fixed point in the VAB, which would be somewhere in the center, basically. Or take our seam, put our beam right on the end of the seam, and that's exactly where the door is gonna be, and then boom, drive that right into the ground so that we can't miss. Now, yeah, that should do. I don't know, I think we loused this up. We're gonna have to kill all of this. I don't like it. We changed something about it and we loused it. I'm not feeling it anymore. It was cool at first, but then I think we changed, like it's off on one side, and so it looks whack. See, this just does not look right. This looks hack meat. We'll have to get rid of all that. Do it again. And then the cowl as well. Program the cowl so that it swings fast on the outside and then slows down towards the end of the ends. We'll get it on both ends, I guess, would make sense. Okay, let's do that, yeah. Damn. The only bug I encounter is that vehicles sometimes spawn above the surface, so they crash. That's actually not a bug. That's written into the game. It does that on purpose. It's called physics easing. I call it physics sleazing because it really ruins things. Yeah, let's go ahead and just delete all of those. We'll come back to this. Coloring it in later, I guess. It's a good tower. You got the main stuff down. I like. That's not a bad way to fill it in, but we can't be so hackmeat about it. We got to do it in a fashion that will be exacting and look proper from all the angles. We'll keep one angle and one on either side like that until we decide to go ahead and actually take the effort and paint it in. So save that. Got our lights. Get a corridor ending on the roofs like that. Beautiful. Boom, like that. Lovely. Okay. Alright, drag this thing over and let's get a stabbing stick. So we would want the vessel to be right there. Is that right? There's a little bit of area here that, like, some of this black area is not actually there. I'm pretty sure. Like, about half of it actually is not there. So if, say like that, there should be about a tolerance of about that much, I would think. Maybe a little less. Okay, so like that right there. Okay, now we stab this thing down into the ground. Now, in order to push this thing into the ground proper, here's another thing that I kind of wanted to do. Well, actually, we don't even really need to do that, do we? We just need to stab it into the ground. I mean, have it at the ground. Well, we're going to make like a reticle here as well. Give me like a 4-way radial symmetry like that. Okay, like that. There. Nice. Okay, now, in order to position this thing, unfortunately, this line is not center. We can't pull it anywhere anymore in. But we really don't necessarily have to, question mark. How the hell are we gonna do this? Shouldn't go any further in. Okay, so basically, we just got to get the exact. This is right where the capsule or the rocket will be. We need to zero it in, and then we can put our reticle on top of this, and that's really all we would need to do. In fact, we can get the other vector in this as well. This is okay. This is a really good idea. Now, we take. Oh crap! We're gonna have to pull those out of symmetry. It's a pretty cool idea, though. So yeah, if we take this out of symmetry here, right, and then move this beam, say, over to the outside or whatever, just any one of these lines, then we'll be able to, if we move our project, or the project gets moved, or we have to move it, then we can be able to zero Y in on that and X on that. Grab this other beam as well. That needs to come out of symmetry. That over. All right, nice. Go. All right. Now, it's a matter of positioning this offset to line it up with our craft how exactly to do that. Ah, here's what we do. Okay, so we take this beam that we've just made and we bring it into sub-assemblies. Not action groups, you want a sub-assembly. Okay. And we copy that. There, yeah, okay. Before we copy this, get a docking port right on the end, like that. Okay, now, shit, we would have to route that. Save the project right now, and now route this. Okay, we just moved it. It won't matter now though, because all we're after is this piece for the sub-assembly. So the rest of this actually, boom, delete. And we take this. The sub-assembly. All right, now we get our Dragon Senior. Okay. And we should be able to get rid of this. Don't need this in this whole equation. And we're after the launch pad, Launch Tower 2. LA Launch Tower 2 reticle. Okay, and we grab this. Now, the main pieces of this reticle aren't going to show up because they're buried into the ground because of the height difference. So, if we take this thing, we should have put an X where the thing was going to be as well. I think it is more or less, it's right on the edge, yeah? It's like that's where we started it. Let's redo this because I want to be absolutely certain. Yeah, don't save this. Instead, we're looking for the launch tower. Okay, this guy right here, load. Physics sleazing. Physics easing doesn't work as well as it used to. Well, it's my suggestion is if you're having issues with physics sleazing, before you come into your craft, if it's apt to do that sort of thing, just hit Alt F12 and go in and change your gravity yourself, and then bring it down yourself so that you can control the physics sleazing. That's my my recommendation. Okay, so this here, yeah, bring it out just a bit. And we'll line this stuff up again after the fact. But right now I wanted to get a cross beam right here. Not in that kind of manner. Let's go with a two-way symmetry, sure. Like that there. Now there's no question. Yeah, perfect. Okay, get a subassembly again, which means we'll have to root this thing again. We're gonna save this project one more. Let's see, call this a BA save. All right, and then subassemblies need to reroute, so let's route to that doco. Delete all of the project. Okay, and bring this down into the subassembly. This subassembly is launch tower to a 2BA. Okay, now D for Dragon Senior. Alright, get rid of the old launch tower system. And bring us in the reticle. Launch tower 2BA reticle. Okay. Pop that guy on there. Boom. So yeah, essentially what we want to do is line up that piece with the pod. Essentially like that. Okay, and then pull this up so that we can see the where the reticle actually shows up on the ground. There it is. Okay, pull all the pieces up so that there we go. Beautiful. Now we can just move our craft into that reticle if we can move it. What is the root piece to this whole thing? It's got to be. The hell is the root piece to the whole show? What is the root piece? I guess if we just hold shift we can, but then we would have our yeah, just scroll down here and then hold shift, because we do know. Let's try this. Oh wait. Okay. Yeah, see, here's what I was worrying about, was the height. We're having trouble now. Yep, now we've got problems. This is difficult. Yeah, this is not working at all. I've got no way to bring it back. I need a I don't know how to do it. If we need to find the ultimate root part of this whole system, which I don't know where it is. Is that it? That looks like that might be it. We'll see in a moment, won't we? Yeah, we need to bring it back. Oh, that was it. Okay, cool. So we got to bring this back until that is over that. And then it looked as though those are actually off. You can hardly see them down there. But yeah, there you go. Put that on that. And there you go. That should be pretty darn close. So if we take our reticle off, delete that out of there. We'll call this designation LT2 for Launch Tower 2. Okay, save that. And that should be it. We should be able to drop this thing on the pad. And we can do these in any order, I do believe. We should be able to put a Dragon Senior on the pad and then put the Launch Tower on, or vice versa. Yeah, I was gonna say, if that's the only glitch that you're experiencing in the game, then you're damn lucky. I've hit some doozies. All right. There's a clean Falcon 9 with our Dragon Senior on the pad. Just waiting for a launch tower. Let's see if we can't give it one. Yeah, so on the shuttle, we can use basically the same sort of technique here, that we'll take this tower that we've just made and we'll take the top off, chop it down to the right height, and now that's really kind of the real sticky point, is trying to get the height right. We still don't know that our height is correct on this for this build. But we'll figure it out. But yeah, we can use the same sort of thing, that we can just say, all right, this is where the access point is, or where the access point is available, and draw a reticle onto the ground, and then bring that reticle in and reposition our craft on the pad to where it would need to be as soon as we remove the old tower setup. Which is pretty cool. Pretty cool. We'll have to see the Heartstopper. Every time that we come in for a landing with the shuttle, or anything really, if the launch tower is still on the map, then when it comes into render distance, there's a stutter that we have called the Heartstopper. So we'll have to see how this affects the Heartstopper. If it's, I would expect it's going to be like pretty much, you'll see the stutter and it'll be over. It won't be, you know, a really hard jeering stop, or shearing, or whatever. Insert adjective here. Game's starting to die on us. Especially when we load in the Falcon. Quite a lot of parts. Pretty complicated vehicle. Okay, so now I was wondering if we screwed this up. No, that's on. No, that's on. Okay, so if everything else was correct, then this should be correct. So let's see it. Get these guys out of there. Okay, pull the reticle off. Let's do it. Hit me. Oh, okay. Damn. Now, this is only happening because the arm is... Now, hold on a second. Could be we could be really close. Like, is there a tolerance? If there is, then if we move this thing like this way just the tiniest bit, it should let us do it eventually. Okay, what kind of tolerance are we talking about here? No. It doesn't... Now, the other way will be okay, because we can retract the tower, so that's what we'll do. So load in the tower one more time. And yeah, it looks as though we'll have to launch the tower, and then the dragon. So we'll take the reticle off, and yeah, make sure everybody's out of there. Okay, and then launch this, and yeah, go ahead and clear the pad, recover the dragon. And then when we put this on the pad, of course, we'll retract the access arm and then launch the dragon, and then everything should be okay, yeah? I hope. We've had the two vehicles launched at the same time without having to clear the pad. We just, the other one was launched first. We might even actually be able to launch the Dragon with the access arm fully extended. I wouldn't say it probably wouldn't be a very wise thing to do that, but the last time that we had both of these builds open on the map, it was all cool with it. We had the access arm was like right next to the vehicle, and it didn't give two shits. Everything was a-okay. Oof. Game's eating its own head. Boy, it's eating its own head hard. We need to reload. It'd probably be just much faster if we reloaded right now. Retract the access arm. And then we're going to reload the game. And then see if we can't get our shuttle or get our Dragon out here. Man, it's bland without those things in there. Okay, so let's go ahead and go back to the, actually quit to the main menu. I usually don't go straight from here, but we'll try it. Yeah, good old Fallout. A lot of good holiday stuff going down on Fallout. Of all the games, I never would have expected that. That would have been the one that was like, oh, hey, kick-ass holiday content. I reinstalled Overwatch, played like 30 seconds, and then Alt F4'd and then uninstalled the game. I hate that game. I didn't even look at it for 2 seconds to see the holiday content, so I was just like instant rage quit. And Modern Warfare, that was weird too. Like Modern Warfare, they're boasting that the update that they dropped on the 15th was the largest update that they had ever done, and supposedly like there's a whole new map. And I was searching around on the splash pages trying to find how the hell you play the new map, and I couldn't. I couldn't figure it out, so I gave up. And it's like there was no holiday stuff going on at all. It was just your basic cliched, oh, we've added badasses to the game, that same old cliche crack shot, dead eye badass who walks away from exploding buildings without turning to look at whether or not there's any shrapnel heading their way, that kind of cliched bullshit. And I was just like, well, now I'm not really interested in the cliches right now. I was interested in cool, cheesy holiday stuff, and it was not there. I guess if we really wanted to go ham on holiday, we do have, on Kerbal Space Program, we do in fact have a Santa's sleigh that we started to make last year. Launch on a Falcon Heavy. And that was actually kind of an interesting build, aside from the, it being Santa's sleigh and all of that. It was a VTOL sleigh. We still have it. It's got a bunch of cowls for lights and stuff, as much as we could. And probably revisit that before too much longer. Underwatch, yeah. I don't know, man. That game is really hard to have fun playing. Like, it's just so toxic. Like, my God, does it have to be like, why are these people playing? That's the question I have. Like, there's 90% of the freaking player base is just toxic as all hell. Like, does that make them happy? I guess. I hope. It's just like, yeah, I don't know. To hell with that. To hell with toxic noise. I don't need toxic noise in my life. Alright, here comes the moment of truth. Alright, it looks like it's letting us put it down. So, yeah. I think that the thing is there's kind of like the pad has to be clear for the tower to actually like be put on the pad and then be moved off the pad as far as the game's concerned, and then so we can't actually do it the opposite way. It makes sense. Yeah, let's see how close we got with our reticle system. goodness. All right. Let's see this. I want to aim the camera over here. We are go for orbiter access arm extension. Hit it. Uh-oh. Not all of our... Doesn't look like all of our... Oh, they're turning. Okay, never mind. It looked as though a few of our hinges weren't actually moving and the thing was kind of crumpling on itself. But no, it's straight. It's moving. We're going good. It's gonna whip. It's gonna whip it. Dun 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 dun. Whip it into shape. Shape it up. Get it straight. It's not too late to whip it. Oof. It hit it. But it worked. Look at that. Oh my goodness. Yeah, it smacked into it, but we can change that with a cowl. We've got the cowl on here. We could just program those things to come in nice and slow at the end here. And it looks fantastic. Look at this. It's dead on. It is absolutely dead on. Oh, that is beautiful. Wow. It works. Hell yeah. Dude, that is awesome. Generation 2 tower absolutely works. Thumbs up. Yeah, now we need to do the same sort of thing with the shuttle. Got to get the height right, and then we need to cut our current tower off of our shuttle. And then line up the shuttle and the reticle. Of course, we still need to also come up with a... I don't know, we'll do probably the same thing that we had just done to our last tower. For the shuttle, we had like a little... We had a ramp that would fold down because, yeah, we have to access the shuttle from like a ramp off the side of this. So we'll have another hinge somewhere, probably over here, so like as close to the opening here, and then it will swing out pretty fast. In fact, we'll have that on a cow that it can go ahead and swing out and then in before anything starts to move, And so that, yeah, that'll swing up, and then once it's done swinging up, then the arm can swing back, and that way it won't rub up against the shuttle like the current one has a tendency to do. I don't know, 1 in 9 times perhaps it rubs up against the shuttle. But this system don't need it at all. Yeah, even though it bonks it, it actually didn't have near the kind of force that it would clearly take to topple this thing over. Like the rocket didn't move at all when this thing bonked it. Boom. Okay, I saw it. Yeah, it moved a little bit. But we hit it hard, dude. That thing is... Okay, yeah, it's teetering just a little bit. Not that there was any risk of falling over, per se. But, yeah, we did smack it pretty hard. We belted it pretty hard. Yeah, and get a load of this. See, we'll place the camera just right and take a look at the side-by-side. Here we go. Ooh, dude. Might actually need to bring the ceiling up just a tiny bit. But get a load of this. Wonder if that photo is actually still up. Oh, it is. It's right there. Nice. Okay. Yeah, get a load of this. Here's the side-by-side. Yeah, our tunnels, needs to be a little bit more headroom. Oh, and yeah, we could do that too, where there's like a little like V here. And we could, if we brought this stuff down and then copy pasted and brought it back, don't know. It's already, like, it's the perfect height out. Like, we would need... if we were going to do that, we would have to take the ones that are thinner and do double. But then we're going to be doubling up on the parts, actually quadrupling up on the parts it took to do that. So, I don't know. I can veto on that, perhaps. If... It's damn good, though. I mean, like, look at the difference in the roof of the tunnel versus, like, the opening of the nose cone or whatever. The seam of the nose cone. It's right there. Like, on the real thing, it's right there, and that's about how much more I would want to add on the... And just looking at this, the way that it kind of feels, it's really scrunched in there. But the only reason we did that is so that the top of this would meet like that. But yeah, if we push this up just a bit, we could get that. Make it look a little bit better. It's just a little too scrunched in here. But it otherwise looks quite amazing. Alright, my dudes, we're going to go ahead and call it right there for this evening, but don't go anywhere, as we're going to go ahead and host up another Kerbal player. Drop in on somebody new and say hi, and click the follow button. I encourage you guys to do the same. If you guys aren't following us on Twitter or subscribe to us on YouTube, scroll on down and find those links. Even if you don't use Twitter, you can always you click on the link for our Twitter, and you can read our Twitter. You can see we post up our highlights, and all the good stuff goes up on there. So be sure to drop in on it occasionally, and maybe you guys will start using Twitter. Yeah. Also, there's Discord, !Discord, go in there. We post all of our stuff in there too. So so that we've got a little catalog of it, even though we've had to go through and delete a bunch of stuff because of the DMCA blitz that has happened recently. So we'll be going back through that as well to find some of our good old stuff and put it back online, make sure that it's all DMCA free, and we'll put it back online. That's a really long-term goal though, and not many people are too interested in watching VODs, although there are some that come and watch our VODs, which is a good thing. So we want to have that for them. But yeah, we're gonna go ahead and gonna jump off here for this evening and host up another Kerbal Player, and hopefully be back tomorrow, where we go ahead and finish out this tower, just kind of painting it up, and then cutting it down and putting it on our shuttle program, and maybe getting a launch. Getting a live launch use out of it would be pretty cool. We can use limos now. We can actually drive our Kerbals to the launch site in a limousine. We don't have to, we don't have to climb. That's awesome. So, pretty sweet. Appreciate everybody coming and hanging out, and hope to catch up with you guys for some more Kerbal Space Program next time. Until then, you guys have a good night, a Merry Christmas, and be sure to stay cool. Have a good night, guys.